morning. I'd like to call to order this meeting of the Carson City Board of Supervisors. Today is November 19th, 2020. It is 8:31 a.m. We are in the Bob Boldrick Theater in the Community Center at 851 East William Street. Can we have a roll call, please?
Good morning. Supervisor Giomi?
Here.
Supervisor Begwa? Here. Supervisor Barrett? Here. Mayor Pro Tem Bonkowski?
Here. Thank you, Aubrey. Brian, could you come up and give us our invocation this morning? Brian Underwood with the Sierra Lutheran High School.
Thank you. Let's join our hearts in prayer. Dear Lord, we thank you for another day of life and the opportunity to serve and bring glory to you in our thoughts and our words and our deeds. Father, we know that every good and perfect gift comes from above, and today we petition you for gifts of wisdom and discernment for this body. Your word teaches that if any lacks wisdom, that he or she turn to you, and that you, the author and perfecter of our faith, will give generously and without reproach. Blessed is the one who finds wisdom and the one who gets understanding. For the gain from her is better than the gain from silver, and her profit better than gold. She is more precious than jewels, and nothing you desire can compare with her. In these important days, fill these faithful servants with the wisdom of Solomon in a manner that seeks you and your kingdom, and assist them in their many endeavors. Place those after your own heart before them to guide them and keep them. May your chosen leaders remain ever faithful to the oaths that they have taken and to follow you. In your most precious name, amen.
Thank you, Brian.
Let us give pledge allegiance to our flag. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Brian. At this time, we are now on agenda item number 5, our first public comment. Desi, is there anybody on the line for public comment?
I see no public comment, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. And at this time, we also have a proclamation that I'm going to read and present under the public comment agenda item. Aubrey and Miguel, if you could come up here in front, please. I'll read the proclamation for you. This proclamation is for our Election Day heroes. Whereas the COVID-19 pandemic has had a far-reaching effect on the 2020 election, resulting in the consolidation of some polling locations, inspiring a large influx of voters casting their ballots by mail, and instituting measures that protect the health of voters, poll workers, and election officials. And whereas amid all the changes, election administrators and poll workers, including many with experience and many stepping up for the first time, played a critical role in ensuring the integrity of the ballot while protecting the safety of voters as they cast their ballots. And whereas making adjustments to election administration, educating the public, and recruiting and training additional poll workers required long hours and creativity by all involved. And whereas because of these efforts, many voters were able to participate in the 2020 general election, whether they voted early, sent their absentee ballot by mail, or voted in person on Election Day. And whereas Carson City would like to recognize the efforts made by election administrators and poll workers by celebrating and thanking these individuals. Now, therefore, I, Brad Bonkowski, Acting Mayor of Carson City, Nevada, do hereby proclaim November 19th, 2020 to be Election Hero Day. I urge our community to take time on this day to not only recognize the sacrifice, but to also acknowledge all those in their efforts and commitment to ensure safe, secure, and accessible voting experiences for our city. With that, I'd like to offer my personal thanks to Aubrey, everybody in your office, and yourself. Sue Merriweather, who you mentioned came in out of retirement to help. This election involved more voters than ever before, and it went off as smoothly as could be considering the pandemic and everything else that you had to deal with. So you have our thanks for keeping our election safe. And let me put this on and come over and give you your proclamation. All right, we are now on agenda item 6 for possible action, approval of the minutes. If the members of the board have had a chance to review the minutes, I would accept a motion.
I move to approve the minutes of October 15th, 2020 with a previously submitted typographical error.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Any opposed say nay. The vote is 4-0 to approve the minutes. Agenda item 7 for possible action, adoption of the agenda. City manager, any changes to the agenda?
No changes.
Board members, any changes to the agenda? Seeing none, the agenda will be adopted as presented. We'll now move to the consent agenda. If anybody would like to make a motion on the consent agenda?
I'd actually like to pull item 8A for discussion.
Okay, we will pull item 8A. Are there any other items to be pulled? All right. Lori, you want to make a motion on the balance of the consent agenda, please?
I move to approve the consent agenda as published with the exception of 8A.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Any opposed say nay. The vote is 4-0 to approve the consent agenda with the exception of item 8A. We're now on agenda item 11, which will be to hear items pulled from the consent agenda. So we will go back to item 8A. Lori, did you have a comment on this?
Yeah, and it really is just a comment to put out on the record. Every meeting that we have the check runs, I validate or pull a few just to review. And on this time's check run, there was actually an approval that had an employee that had been long left the system. So I was just putting it out on the record that we still have a little bit of cleanup work to do with our approval ranges, and because it had an employee that hasn't worked here for 2 years, looking like they approved a payment. So just want to put on the record that we do look at these. We don't just rubber stamp them. And it's my understanding that finance is going to work with IT to find out how the little subsystem worked. But I just wanted to put that on the record that we still have some work to do.
Any additional comments or questions on item 8A? Seeing none, Lori, would you like to make a motion?
I move to ratify the approval of the bills and other requests for payments by the city manager for the period of October 3, 2020 through November 6, 2020.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? We have a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Any opposed say nay. Vote is 4-0 to approve. We will now move to agenda item 12A for possible action. Discussion and possible action regarding a determination that Western Nevada Supply Company is the lowest responsive and responsible bidder, contract 203-00164, pursuant to NRS Chapter 332, and authorization for the Director of Carson City Department of Public Works to purchase warehouse inventory parts on an as-needed basis for a not-to-exceed annual amount of $250,000 through December 31st, 2021, and authorization for the Public Works Director to renew the contract in one-year increments for up to an additional 5 years for up to $250,000 each year for a total not-to-exceed amount of $1,500,000. Is Carol on the line? Are you going to take this? Or is Rick?
Good morning, Carol Akers, Purchasing and Contracts. About every 5 years, the Public Works Warehouse puts out the bid for their supplies and parts for various, projects, inventory parts to keep on hand. So this just went out for bid, and Western Nevada was a responding supplier who's been the supplier for the city. They held the previous contract as well. Again, this is just to replenish stock and to purchase parts as needed. So they're just asking for kind of a blanket approval to do their purchasing.
Any questions for Carol? Lori?
So I don't know if it's really for Carol or Public Works staff, but one of my questions is that we knew last time that we got a bid and only one bidder, and it was a 5-year contract. So my question is, are we putting too many items in the bid document that only one vendor can actually meet that? And are we getting the best price doing that versus maybe 4 subsets like plumbing, electrical? I'm just concerned by putting everything in the kitchen sink, which is easier. I get that part. Are we getting the best prices?
I can take that. This is Rick Cooley, Operations Manager. Typically, Ferguson is another vendor that steps to the plate and submits a bid. They didn't this time around. I'm not sure why. I haven't reached out to them to talk to them about that. But it always looks goofy when you only have one bidder. We went through all of the items that we had. It's comparable to what we had last time. There was no real anomalies to cause an alarm that our prices are escalating unnecessarily. The main reason that we don't get a bunch of bidders coming in, it isn't so much the list of items. They're all fairly common items. It's really the requests that we have to where this is actually an extension of our warehouse so that we don't have to keep a huge inventory on hand. So the requirement to be able to service us a couple times a day, to be able to service us after hours, really comes down to having somebody who wants to kind of be part of our team and can locally service us. That's why, I don't want to say it precludes other people, but in order to really be competitive, you need to move down into our area and work with us.
So if we do this contract, are we precluded from buying any of the items listed in the contract from any other vendor?
No.
It's not an exclusive contract? Okay. Just want to make sure.
No.
Any additional questions or comments for Rick? My feeling on this is that although it may be additional work, that the best practice here is if we only get a sole bid on a contract, especially a contract of this dollar amount, that the following year, rather than provide an automatic renewal, that it should be put out to bid again in an attempt to get at least 2 bids. So that's my feeling on it. So I guess when I look at this, I have no problem approving the bid for this year but my inclination would be not to provide for the automatic extensions and to put it back out to bid again next year in an attempt to get a second bid so that we can at least cross-reference the pricing and make sure we're getting the best price possible. Do you have any thoughts on that, Rick?
Yeah, I see where you're coming from. But looking back at history, especially this last 6 years, there were several opportunities to where the vendor could have raised their prices and didn't, and actually held them through the whole 6-year contract. So yeah, putting that out each year, although it makes sense to try to get more competition, at the same time, it also invites for just normal escalation each year, as opposed to somebody trying to, work with us and actually hold the prices as low as possible, knowing that, they may be the only vendor. That's my only concern.
Thank you, Rick. So I will leave it up to the board for discussion. Go ahead, Stacy.
Yeah, just a little history, because was partially involved with this discussion a number of years ago as it pertains to parts for fire hydrants when I was the fire chief and working with a former public works director. And one of the comments, and this goes back maybe even before Rick, that, our warehouse used to keep a lot of these parts. And we had, and this was before Western Nevada came into the community, but so that was an expensive proposition, and point one. And point two was a lot of these parts would sit on the shelf literally for years and not get used. And so one of the things Andy Burnham at the time as Public Works Director had talked about was decreasing the stock, saving money, saving warehouse space, and going with a vendor, as Rick suggested, that has a warehouse in the community that's willing to work with you all the time. So that in the long run, an agreement like this does save money, because the fact that Western Nevada Supply is in the community and sort of acts as a contract warehouse. And Rick kind of made that point. So I don't have a problem with this. I understand, that there's only one bidder this time. I know that in the past, through my personal experience, there are limited numbers of people who can warehouse these things. They are available from other vendors, but they're not in the area. It would take a day or 2 days or 3 days to get, and the parts that we're talking about are critical to the operation of our water systems, generally speaking. So I'm in favor of approving the contract. Just wanted to get that on the record.
Yeah, the only thing I would add is that I like buying local. Let's provide our business to our local businesses if possible. But in terms of the other issue, I think I don't have any comment on that.
Lori?
So, one, I would just like to verify, and sorry to put you on the spot, Dan, because I do want to buy local. I like what John has to say there whenever possible, but I also want to make sure it is your interpretation that this is not an exclusive contract. We do not have to buy these parts only from this vendor. So it's important to me to understand that, because I think we have a lot of other local vendors that can provide some of these items on an on-call, right-away basis. And I just want to make sure we're not, for 5 years, preventing any other local business from fulfilling any of these parts.
No, I mean, that's a good question. I think it really depends on the amount that we're talking about. If it meets the threshold amount that requires the city to go out to bid, then, this is the successful bid that you're awarding the contract to. So therefore, it would be exclusive. Now, to the extent that you would be, purchasing additional items outside of this contract that would not require the city to go out to bid, then in that sense, it would not be exclusive.
May I follow up? I need to make sure. It's so sorry, it's hard to hear through the plexiglass. So I'll give a different example. I think water parts or something that Stacy was just discussing. If the items are in here and it's less than the 250,000 threshold that we have on this contract, then we have to buy it from Western Nevada. If it's going to exceed the 250 and I have another local vendor, I can buy under our other thresholds. But if I'm in the 250,000, I have to buy from this one? Did I understand right?
Yeah, I'd have to take another look at the contract, but, in terms of distinguishing between what's an exclusive purchase from this vendor and a non-exclusive purchase from this vendor, I think this contract basically controls that sort of a transaction between these two parties, meaning WNS and the city, because if we award the contract for purposes of that purchase, then that's what's supposed to govern the conduct between the two parties. But again, with respect to anything that would be purchased above and beyond, what's required by this contract, certainly the city could do that, except to the extent that we reach that statutory threshold, which would trigger another bid process.
Thank you. I guess it's a really hard decision here to decide, but I don't think I would like to go 5 years, because this makes it 6. It's 1 plus 5. I think 6 years of excluding anyone else from the bid process, I think I agree with Brad. I don't know that that's in the best interest of the community or any other vendor in the community that might like an opportunity. I think it's a great company and they might definitely have a tough time competing, but would we entertain maybe that they can have at least 1 year with another 1 year renewal, and we try one more bid out there to see? I just hate to give a 6-year lock.
Yeah, and
Mayor Pro Tem.
go ahead, Darren.
Yeah, thank you, Darren Schultz, Public Works Director, for the record. I think we should maybe have some conversations with the DA's office and this contract here. Our interpretation is not that it's exclusive, and we have not been acting like that in the previous years. So, for instance, if there is an item on this contract that we can purchase from Western Nevada Supply for a 24-inch valve for a water line, and it's on this contract, and if for some reason Western Nevada Supply can't provide that item to us in 4 hours when we need it, we'll go to Reno to a different vendor and we'll buy that valve and use it. That's the way we've been doing this. We haven't been acting as it's an exclusive, or if for some reason a different that 24-inch valve can be provided by a different vendor for a different. We can get it quicker. They use different materials. So we haven't been acting like this is just exclusive and we only buy from Western Nevada Supply. We've been using this in general to stock our warehouse, but we've also been using other vendors. So we definitely are going to need a clarification on that, because that's not the way we went into this.
Go ahead, Dan.
Yeah, I want to thank Darren, the Public Works Director, for that clarification on the record. So as he was speaking, I pulled up the copy of the contract and I was quickly scrolling through all the addendums here. I mean, there's a lot of information contained in here, but I trust and rely on Darren's, historical understanding of this transaction between the two parties. I don't see anything based on a quick skim that says that this is exclusive, in the sense that if we contract with them, that we've, entered into some sort of an agreement that we have to buy from them. So if to the extent that what I said earlier may have been mistaken on the exclusivity of this relationship, then, I'll go ahead and I'll retract that. And it sounds to me like Darren can provide that assurance. So, but again, I mean, to the extent that, because this contract does specify it's a not to exceed amount. So, there's obviously no obligation on the city to purchase exactly $250,000 worth of materials per year. And as Darren had explained, if we're able or we need to purchase something from another vendor during that contract term, it sounds like we can do that. Again, I don't have time. I'm unable to go through every page of the addendum here to see if there's any language about exclusivity where, I guess what I'm looking for is something along the lines of language that says it's essentially a right of first refusal, meaning we have to go to WNS first before we're allowed to go outside. But if Darren's historical experience with these types of contracts has been we're not limited under those circumstances, I feel comfortable with Darren's explanation.
Thank you, Dan. And again, I would reiterate that my problem is not with Western Nevada Supply. I think they're a good company. I use them myself. It's giving potentially a 6-year contract to a vendor where there were no competing bids. And this is, it's a 1-year contract with the potential of 5 1-year extensions. So there's no guarantee in here that this contract would go out for 3, 4, 5, or even 6 years. And I think that I could be okay with this if we made one change, which would be to approve the proposal and authorize the Public Works Director in consultation with the city manager to approve the renewals so that the two of you can discuss whether or not our relationship is still adequate with the Western Nevada Supply, or if there's a feeling that maybe we should be putting it back out to bid to see if there is another vendor out there that can kind of give us some confirmation that we're getting good market pricing on the parts that we buy.
Yes, could I add one thing?
Sure, go ahead, John.
Those consultations be provided to the board just by written from the city manager, so that the board knows what's going on. They don't have to call them up and talk to them, but that there's a record of it for the Board of Supervisors as well.
So to report back. Go ahead, Stacy.
Sorry, I just think we're making this more complicated than it needs to be. We hire and pay a Public Works Director. We, in theory, have faith in our Public Works Director. I don't have an issue with your suggestion, Brad. Heck, we could change it to have the city manager sign it instead of the Public Works Director. But I don't know that this kind of contract needs to come back to the board in terms of a report from the discussion that they have. We're setting policy, and I feel like we're getting our noses into something that it doesn't need to be in. They have the ability to make that decision. We're not granting them a 5-year contract or a 6-year contract. It's renewable. So if the Public Works Director, or under your scenario, Brad, the Public Works Director and City Manager have the ability to say, well, time out, something is not right here, we need to rebid this. They can do that every year, once every year. So I like your suggestion. I personally don't think it needs to go any further. I'm not saying I wouldn't approve it if John's amendment was part of it. I feel like it's getting a little far into the weeds.
Yes, I think as Supervisor Jeremy knows, my feelings are just in regard to transparency. If there's a public record, it's not that and it also concerns the fact that we're making policy, it's true, but we're making policy that goes beyond the current city manager and beyond the current Public Works Director, and hopefully anybody we hired afterwards would be above board. That's the way we'd like to have it. I just want it on the record. Thank you.
And I will just, counter that this, I'm not advocating that we do anything, underneath the table here. That this was a correctly bidded contract. It was put out to bid. Other vendors in the community could have bid on this time. There were none that happened to do it this time. But it's not like this was done, it's not some backroom deal that was done.
Go ahead.
Agreed.
Go ahead, Lori.
So I guess I kind of look at this two ways. I could be comfortable approving this, and as long as before the next one-year renewal, the DA's office has had a chance to truly look at it, and if he agrees it's no exclusivity, then Darren can pull the trigger again if he wants to or not, to renew it. I think that's really, for me, the underlying issue with this contract, is I want to make sure the Carson City residents are getting the best price. And so as long as, and that others can enter the market, that would, I'd assume that's what Darren would even use to help make a decision every year. Are there new vendors? Have we discovered someone else that can supply it at less price, and they might leave an item off? So as long as I'm assured that over this next year, they'll make sure that it's not exclusive, and if it is, then I can have faith that they'll rebid it if it's exclusive. So I could live with this and trust that Nancy, our city manager, and Darren will do what's in the best interest of the city and the taxpayers.
Any further discussion? If not, somebody like to take a stab at a motion?
Okay, I move to approve the proposal as presented and authorize the Public Works Director to approve the purchases as needed and to renew the contract in one-year increments for an additional 5 years with the concurrence of the city manager.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Going once? Nope. All right. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed, say nay. Vote is 4-0 to approve. Thank you, Rick. Thank you, Carol. Thank you, Darren. All right, we are now on agenda item 12B for possible action, discussion and possible action regarding amendment number 1 to contract 193-00143, Safer Grant Consultant with Shamrock Consulting to increase the contract amount by $36,137 for a new total contract amount of $37,337 to be funded from the Carson City General Fund. Sean, are you on the line?
I am here, Sean Sleeman, Fire Chief for the record. So we are bringing this back for board approval. This was presented at the acceptance of the SAFER grant and at the recommendation of Supervisor Bagwell and the board that we bring this back and seek out some clawbacks. The original contract had the full amount up front, and so Supervisor Bagwell had asked for some clawbacks built into this, so we were able, the consultant was agreeable and willing to do that, so we're bringing this back for you. Essentially, it covers payments out for over 3 years and has clawbacks built into that time frame. So if there is a failure on the consultant's end to complete the scope of work or a withdrawal of the scope of work, the city is not out any additional funding that we would not be able to get back. So that is what is presented in front of you today.
Any questions for Sean? Go ahead, Lori.
Just want to say thank you very much for reworking this contract. I feel so much more comfortable now, and please thank the vendor for working with us. He obviously helped do a great job because we got the SAFER grant, but this is a much better contract, so thank you for the extra work.
Somebody like to make a motion?
You bet. Thank you, and I would like to give a thank you to our consultant for doing that. He is very willing.
Stacy?
I move to approve the amendment as presented.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Any opposed say nay. Vote is 4-0 to approve. We're now on agenda item 13A for For possible action, discussion and possible action regarding possible direction to staff to serve a notice of an order to appear and show cause why business license BL 003942-2020 issued to Environmental Resources, Inc., DBA Easy Router Plumbing, located at 125 London Circle, Sparks, Nevada, should not be suspended, canceled, or revoked pursuant to Carson City Municipal Code 4.04.210 subsection 1 for continued operation of the business in violation of the CCMC, and to fix the time and place for the show cause hearing for December 17, 2020 at 1:30 p.m. during the regularly scheduled Board of Supervisors meeting. Ms. Sullivan, good morning.
Good morning. Hope Sullivan, Planning Manager. I'm going to take the board through the procedural piece of it, and the Fire Marshal, Dave Rubin, is present, and he'll speak to the substantive portion. Municipal Code 4.04210 addresses the suspension, cancellation, or revocation of a business license and establishes the process. Procedurally, it's basically a two-step process. Step one is the board by motion directs staff to serve notice of an order to the business owner to appear before the board for a show cause hearing. That's what's being contemplated today. The second of the two-part process is the board conducts the show cause hearing to provide the business the opportunity to show cause why the license should not be suspended. That's recommended for December 17th. Good cause includes any act in the operation of the business as unlawful or prohibited by any ordinance, law, or rule in Carson City. In this case, the rule being violated is essentially the International Fire Code, adopted through Municipal Code 14.02.005. Section 104 of the adopted 2018 International Fire Code requires commercial equipment to be tested and authorized for that use. The business being discussed, Environmental Resources, Inc., has modified the rigid shop vac, which is not to be used on combustible liquid, to serve as a portable grease vacuum. Consistent with the fire code, the fire marshal has requested that a technical opinion and report prepared by a qualified engineer, specialist laboratory, or fire safety specialty organization bearing the stamp of a registered design professional relative to the use of this equipment as a portable grease vacuum. The requested materials have not been provided. The fire marshal, again, can go more in depth relative to his observations and concerns. However, staff is recommending that you direct the staff to serve notice of an order to the business owner to appear before this board for a show cause hearing to be held on December 17th. And with that, I'll turn it over to our Fire Marshal, Dave Rubin.
Good morning, Dave.
Dave Rubin, for the record. I think let's do it this way first. You've read the synopsis, you've seen all the attachments and everything. Maybe it'd be easier for me to address your questions than just re-walking you back through all the documents you already have.
Does anybody have any questions for Dave? Okay, go ahead, Lori.
So in general, procedurally, if we were to revoke the business license, is that a permanent revocation, or is there a process? New owners of a company, is there a process for them to come back or to get another business license? I'm just wondering. I understand we can suspend it, but I'm looking for the timeframes. Is our revocation permanent?
Okay, if you give me a minute, I did bring my code in case you asked something I didn't know.
Lady with the book. Thank you.
Well,
Could
Hope
I
is
ask
looking
that
that up.
everybody speak up? I'm having difficulty hearing.
Well, Hope is looking that up. Stacy had a question.
Yeah, Dave, I mean, I know today is the show cause hearing, and,
No.
or excuse me, is the proposal to establish a show cause hearing. And I suppose it's, less about the instance and what goes on, or what went on to bring us to this point. But I assume you present evidence and whatnot at that show cause hearing. But just to get a sense from you, in my queries to you, I got the sense that the business in general has been less than responsive to these issues. And maybe you can just address some of the things that led you to this point, because, quite honestly, the fire department doesn't issue all that many citations in the course of a year. And, when something reaches a point where you feel it's necessary to issue a citation, you must have gone through some steps.
Dave Rubin for the record, sure. Summer of 2019, Reno Fire Department let other area fire departments know that this company was distributing these devices in northern Nevada, and they had issued a cease and desist letter to them. We came across, in the course of our normal inspections of restaurants, we came across 3 of them in September or October, I don't know, I have to look, September of 2019, and we were aware of them based on the other information we had gotten from Reno Fire Department. At that time, we sent a cease and desist letter that's in your board packet. The businesses, were unaware that these were unsafe, and they removed them from their businesses. So we didn't have any issue with our local businesses. They were compliant. The business environmental, Easy Brooder, I'll just call them that, Environmental Resources, when we contacted them and sent them the letter, we asked them for a list of all the facilities in Carson that they had distributed these devices to. They never sent that to us. They never sent us any kind of engineering review letter. It's not in your packet, but some additional information. They were investigated by Nevada OSHA in the fall of 2018, so about a year before all this happened, on a complaint from one of their employees, and they were cited by OSHA. Without getting too into the weeds, they were cited because they had their employee using this device, the same device that they're leasing to our area businesses. So Nevada OSHA said, no, it's not safe for your employees to use this, but apparently Nevada OSHA has no regulatory standing to say you can't distribute them to a business. So they were really non-cooperative to us, and speaking with the other area fire marshals, pretty much the same story from all the other all the other fire departments. In the course of our normal inspections, we found more of them this October, and at that point, numerous fire departments, including us, have had contact with these folks. They've been less than cooperative, and we felt that we needed to cite them. Additionally, they're still, if you go to their website, they're still advertising this device and this service for businesses to call and have them at their business. Even though I know Reno Sparks and Carson have told him these are prohibited, and actually, as you know, the fire code's adopted by the state as well. So technically, anywhere in the state, these would be illegal. But so from our perspective, as kind of a consumer protection agency as well, we're trying to protect the businesses that don't know that this thing isn't safe. The business is basically disregarding all the regulatory action we've taken so far, continues to put them out there, and it's only time before a fire starts or somebody gets burned, and it's really not fair to the businesses to think that they're getting something safe from this business. And I haven't been able to find a regulatory agency through the state that would be able to step in and do something, so we felt that we needed to do something, which is why we cited them, and also talked to Business License Division about going through a hearing process.
Thank you.
Hope.
Thanks. Okay, so 2 items to respond to Supervisor Bagwell. First, the business
I'm
licenses.
sorry, I can't hear.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now? Thank you. Okay, so 2 items. First, the business license is issued for a calendar year, and it's due for renewal on January 15th. In reading the code talks about revocation of the license, but it doesn't talk about the board's action resulting in not issuing future licenses. Having said that, what the code does say is that in addition to the remedies provided by this chapter, the Carson City District Attorney's Office is authorized to petition the district court for an injunction restraining any business from conducting business without a valid license or permit. I would suspect if after conducting the hearing, The board found evidence to say that should this business seek to reestablish in Carson City, it could only do so with permission of the fire marshal, upon the fire marshal finding that they're conducting business consistent with the International Fire Code. I think that would probably be appropriate if that's where the hearing led you.
So Hope, you just brought up a point that I had noted when I was going through the package, is that if the show cause hearing is December 17th and this board were to revoke the business license, it's basically only revoking it for, a 3-week period or a month. So I understand the need to take action on these devices as soon as possible, but is the alternative to, if we didn't have the show cause hearing, to just not renew their business license in January?
I'm not sure that I have the authority to not renew it. Having said that, the renewals are due by January 15th. So based on, well, just to be entirely honest, when the fire marshal and I met, we said, let's get this going. And we just wanted to run a sprint and stop these devices from being in the city. Based on what you're saying and with the fact that the business license will expire at end of calendar year, maybe the hearing is set for the second meeting in January, knowing that the renewal is due January 15th. And that way, if this particular business does renew, we're getting it at the beginning of the year versus the end of the year.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm guessing, though, that we really need the show cause findings to back us up for either a revocation or justification for not renewing the business license going forward, because they may not ask for a renewal in January, but yet continue to do business in Carson City since they're based out of Sparks, or just wait a year. So without the show cause findings, I think going forward, we may be creating an issue for ourselves. Stacy?
Yeah, I was just going to say, given what I thought I heard Hope say, we could have the show cause hearing in December and make it a condition of them obtaining their business license again at any point in the future, conditioned upon approval of the fire marshal finding that they've satisfied the requirements relative to this device. Is that what we could find in the hearing if we agreed?
If that's where the facts of the hearing, I don't want to presuppose
I'm
what
not
you'll
either.
hear.
Right, I'm not either.
But
Right.
if that's what the facts of the hearing led you to, there is a different code section, which I'm not putting my hands on immediately, which says that we can route business licenses to certain agencies for their review and approval. For example, a new restaurant would be routed to the health department. So because of the nature of this business, this isn't the plumber who comes over to your house and does something. This is a little bit of a different description. We could say, well, this particular type of business is subject to review by the fire marshal.
I
Much
guess,
like a restaurant subject to review by the health department.
yeah, but we're saying that then for all businesses of this nature then, right? If we do that, even with a show?
Not necessarily, because I think the description, if you looked at the description on the business license, it essentially is a plumbing business, right? But in my mind, a plumbing business doesn't make greased vacuums available to local restaurants. I think it's a little bit different than your local plumber. So I think it would be fair to say if you're a business that provides a grease vacuum to local businesses, you need to be reviewed by the health department so they can verify the equipment you're utilizing has been certified for the intended use.
I guess, so in any, let's take this business out of the equation, and let's pick any business we have a show cause hearing on for what we deem a violation of one of our codes that they're not complying with. And the situation is just as we are here. The hearing is a week before their license expires. We suspend their license, and the suspension of that license is literally good for a week. We, at a show cause hearing, cannot just make a finding that they cannot have a license until we either have another hearing or until you certify that they've met condition A, B, C, D? Is that what you're saying?
Okay, I got a tiny bit lost in the question.
Well,
I hear what you're saying. I think what the benefit of the hearing, and the fire marshal and I deal with this more often than we like, often the description of a business is somewhat nebulous. And what they write down their business is versus what the business actually is conducting are not necessarily identical. So I think the benefit of the hearing is it's going to publicly articulate what is this business doing as a business, and is that consistent with the fire code? If at the end of the hearing the answer is no, that's not consistent with the fire code, you can't conduct business that way in Carson City, the fire marshal's going to say no every day on that. And so
Okay.
the benefit of the hearing, I think, is it exposes exactly what this business is doing, and we have to deal with this from time to time.
I guess what I'm saying, and sort of back to Lori's point, is it seems like this is an opportunity for a code revision. If we have a show cause hearing and revoke a license, let's say we flat out revoke it, and their license renews literally a week later, and they can just go down and pick up another license, then we've got a gap in our system. I guess that's what I'm saying. Because if we revoke a license for cause, then they should not be able to get a license back irrespective of when the renewal period is until that cause is rectified.
Dan?
Yeah, I think we're talking about a number of different issues here, but let me jump on, Supervisor Giomi's concern first. I think those concerns are largely addressed already in existing CCMC provisions. So, what I want to try to avoid is conflating, these time frames with what actually impacts the validity of somebody's license. So, first and foremost, I don't think that there's anything in statute that says if this board were to revoke or suspend somebody's license to operate a business here in town, if you're up for a renewal 1 week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks later, you're automatically able to renew. If you suspend or you revoke a license, it's suspended and it's revoked. Now, certainly you can go in and you can apply for a license. Now, if it's suspended, it's just inoperable. If it's revoked or canceled, you don't have a license. So it actually wouldn't be a renewal process, it would be a reapplication process. As part of that reapplication process, the code provisions lay out the different criteria you've got to check off. One of those being, the agencies involved in the city, the departments that would be involved in that sort of a business, whether it's a restaurant or in this case, this type of a business, if it's the fire department that needs to take a look at it. One of the criteria that can be examined also is whether or not this particular business license holder in the past has faced any sort of a disciplinary action. Not only in this jurisdiction, but in any other jurisdiction. So there are certain conditions also that the city would be able to impose reasonably on the conduct of this business. So case in point, again, to use, to kind of paraphrase what Hope was saying earlier, we certainly don't want to presuppose any facts or determinations at this time. Hypothetically speaking, however, if this board were to proceed with the show cause hearing, made certain determinations on the record, and decided for whatever reason, we're either going to suspend or revoke. When it came time for the business to reapply, it could certainly do that. The city, as it would under any circumstance, irrespective of whether or not the applicant had previously had a revoked license, you have certain criteria you can kind of go through down the checklist. So again, I don't want to conflate these issues procedurally because one, we're talking about timing, which I don't think necessarily is implicated here. And another issue being, well, what can the city do with respect to imposing certain reasonable conditions if the applicant were to reappear and reapply to operate the same type of business here in town? You can look at the history of discipline for this applicant. I don't know if that answers all of your questions, but if you have additional questions, I'm happy to answer that.
No, my only real question is there even a point to Brad's comment, or is there even a point in doing the hearing in December, or should we wait? I think that's all I was trying to get to. And I heard you say, if we choose, let's do the hearing because it will have force and effect beyond the existing license period. Essentially, that's what you're saying.
Yes, that's correct. And to be more direct, is there a purpose or a reason, to have a show cause hearing? Absolutely. I don't think that this board or the city's departments ought to rely simply on the renewal process as the trigger point to having some sort of an impact on the validity of the license. And the reason why is because there's nothing in code that I've identified that says, the city has, some sort of unfettered discretion to simply deny outright the renewal of a license. Rather, for procedural crispness, what you want to do is to provide that due process to an applicant when it comes time to renew. And if you're going to say we're not going to renew, it has to be based on some sort of a justification. That justification can only be established for the record via a show cause hearing. So I do think that there's a very important reason to go forward with a show cause hearing rather than just to say, let's hit that trigger point, which would be the renewal process, and we'll deny it there outright. I don't think that would be sufficient. I think that would open up the city for lawsuit. And I just think procedurally that would be incorrect.
No, that was my exact point. You answered my question
Okay,
exactly
great.
because
And-
I didn't want to go through the point of a hearing.
Right.
If we didn't have the ability to carry whatever decision we made beyond that point.
And I think just to add one additional point on this, I think this discussion kind of feeds into an earlier question, which was, and I'll defer, of course, to community development if they have a contrary interpretation of the code provisions, but I don't see anything in code that addresses specifically, whether the board can make a revocation permanent or not permanent. And I don't know if, based on common law or anything like that, if a local government would have that sort of authority to say, once you're barred, you're forever barred. Now, Hope did mention earlier, she alluded to a provision of code that says the district attorney's office certainly has the authority to seek injunctive relief to restrain a business license holder from conducting operations here in town if they don't have a valid license or a permit. That's certainly true. I think the DA's office can do that whether or not that provision's contained in code. Certainly, if somebody, had a license or it was suspended or revoked, and they decided, hey, we're going to go ahead and operate anyway. Again, even in the absence of that, certainly the DA's office has that jurisdictional authority to go into court to seek protection for the city. But again, as to the question of whether this can be a permanent ban or not, or if there's a specific time frame, for this type of a revocation, that's not specifically laid out, in code. But I would be pretty hesitant, at least off the cuff, without doing some additional research, to advise this board that you could impose a permanent ban on somebody from operating businesses here in town.
Yeah, and I can tell you that is not what I was asking. I was not.
I would say though, Dan, that should be probably added to the list of items to be looked at as we're going through the codes.
Acting Mayor, if I may, the code section that I was referencing, I have identified, and the Assistant District Attorney referenced it to a certain extent. It's Section 404-110-3, which says the business license division shall distribute copies of each application to the appropriate city department for approval, conditional approval, or disapproval. And so we have, as Supervisor Bagwell knows, we have disapproved business licenses in the past because of code violations. So at a staff level, we can say no. It's not no forever and ever. It's every year we look at it and we can say no. But I do think there's a benefit to the hearing in that the public who may be being asked to purchase or lease this equipment will be aware of the situation, and it will also put the operation of this business, give it more clarity. Thank you.
So, Dan, you had mentioned that if a company were to have their business license revoked or suspended and they continue to do business in that jurisdiction, then I would assume, Dave, that you would discover these devices in your annual inspections, you would contact the DA's office, and the DA's office would take action to get an injunction?
No, that's correct. The DA's office, certainly would coordinate, with all of our sister agencies here in town, under the city. And we would exercise the authority that we would need to appropriately under the circumstances. And if that entails going into court and seeking injunctive relief, against any operation here in town that's conducting businesses unlawfully without a valid license, certainly that's something that we would look at, and we would work that out in coordination with our sister departments.
Any additional questions? No? All right, then if somebody would like to make a motion?
Yeah, sure. I move to direct staff to serve a notice of an order to appear and show cause as presented and to schedule the show cause hearing for December 17th, 2020 at 1:30 p.m.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. The vote is 4-0 to approve an order to appear and show cause for December 17, 2020 at 1:30. Thank you. We're now on agenda item 14A. For possible action, discussion and possible action regarding a business impact statement concerning a proposed ordinance amending Title 12 of the Carson City Municipal Code to revise various provisions related to water, wastewater, and stormwater utility rates, and concerning a proposed Carson City Public Works utility rate schedule, or rate schedule, quote unquote, which together would increase water, wastewater, and stormwater utility rates, and authorize contributions to the utility ratepayer assistance program from the water, wastewater, and stormwater utility funds. Darren?
Yes, good morning. Darren Schultz, for the record, Public Works Director. I would just like to kick this off really quick. First off, Mayor Pro Tem and members of the board, we would like your consideration if we could discuss items 14A and 14B at the same time, just in terms of presentation and discussion, and obviously would be voted on separately.
Yes, sir. We'll open up discussion on both 14A and 14B concurrently.
Okay, very good. So we're going to give just a quick overview presentation of where we're at and how we got here and what we're asking for today. And then also an opportunity for our DA's office, who's been very involved in the rewriting of the ordinance, to provide an update on that. Not only things that have come up in the last few weeks, but that have been brought to our attention more recently. So with a little bit of a plan going forward. With that, I'll kick it over to Andy Hummel. Thank you.
Thanks, Darren. Let's see if I can make this share here. Hopefully everybody can see the presentation here.
Yes, it's up on the screen.
Perfect. So, yes, Darren mentioned, I'm going to do both the presentations for 14A and 14B together. We combined the two that were in the packets, basically just took out that second summary overview slide in the second presentation that was the same info. So today we're presenting on the utility rate adjustment, the business impact statement process, as well as the ordinance revisions related to updating the rates. And a quick overview, kind of where we've been, what got us to here. This is a process we started in February of 2019 when we contracted with Far West Engineering to perform an update of the water, wastewater, and stormwater rates. The effort included an evaluation update of the stormwater rate structure, so it was much more involved on that side. The water and wastewater side was simply, holding the existing rate structure, but seeing what the revenue requirements were to meet our upcoming 5-year expenses. Process was vetted through numerous meetings with the Utility Finance Oversight Committee, and we also held a public meeting in the Orange 3 room at the Sheriff's Office last October. In January of 2020, the UFOC did recommend proceeding to the board with a water and wastewater study. We did that in March of 2020 at the first meeting, specifically March 5th. The approval was given to proceed with implementation. However, right after that, the COVID shutdowns and stuff started, so we were delayed in bringing that forward. The original intent was to have that in place by July 1 of 2020, but that was delayed. And then in May of 2020, the UFOC recommended proceeding with the stormwater study. That was brought forward in August at the August 6th meeting and again approved to proceed. The business impact statements were sent out to the Carson City Area Chamber of Commerce, Nevada Builders Alliance in September, specifically September 24th. That package was also placed on the Carson City Public Works website. During the process, tiered residential stormwater rate structure and utility rate schedule option were considered. Those were included in the business impact statement process, and then they were also brought forward to the Board of Supervisors on November 5th, 2020. So the business impact statement itself is governed by NRS 237. Basically asked, does a proposed ordinance or rule impose a direct and significant economic burden upon a business or directly restrict the formation, operation, or expansion of a business? To do that, basically put together a package that included, we did a cover letter summarizing the rate increases. Those cover letters are in the packet. We included the staff report and the water and wastewater rate study from the March 5th, 2020 meeting, and then the staff report and stormwater rate study from the August 6th, 2020 meeting. We included the proposed ordinance and the proposed rate schedule. That rate schedule did include both the flat rate stormwater as well as the tiered residential stormwater options. And that was highlighted as this could go one of two ways. Here's the two options. NRS does require a 15 working day review period. However, in the letters we gave a 30 calendar days, provided a little extra time. And then during the process, Darren did reach out to both the Chamber and the Builders Alliance. They didn't have any comments, but we did receive one call during that review period. It's from an apartment complex manager. She does reach out routinely this time of year as to upcoming rate increases for her budgeting purposes. We filled her in on what was proposed. She didn't have any comments otherwise. So the business impact statement itself, that's included in your packets, it's basically 8 sections in there. The first section is manner of notice, summary of the comments received, the outreach and the noticing we did, all the meetings that were held are listed there. The direct mailings, again, to the Chamber of Commerce and the Nevada Builders Alliance, also posted on the website. The link is there. And then under the summary comments, we listed the one call that we received from that apartment manager. Section 2 is the estimated economic effect of the proposed ordinance. It's kind of 4 different effects that they split that into. Adverse effects, beneficial effects, direct effects, and indirect effects. The adverse, basically that we're increasing rates in all 3 funds, proposing the 3% annually in water, 3.5% in wastewater, and then a new rate structure and increases in the stormwater fund. And then also that beginning in July 1 of 2025, after those increases have finished, an annual increase by the CPI all urban consumers rate would, for the west urban areas, would go into effect with the 3% max limit. Under the beneficial effects side, this creates financial stability in the water, wastewater, stormwater funds for at least the next 5 years, provides the revenue necessary to fund our O&M, debt service, capital programs, reserves, and system reinvestment on the water and wastewater fund specifically, and getting to 100% system reinvestment on the wastewater fund. Proves the equity among our customer classes in the stormwater fund, and creates requirement for $10,000 per fund to be provided to the Utility Ratepayer Assistance Program annually. Also creates a utility rate schedule, moving utility rates from Carson City Municipal Code Title 12 to the utility rate schedule to make it easier to understand. Direct effects, just the section reiterates the rate increases, overview of the revenue versus expense for the 3 utility funds over the time period, and the utility rate assistance program funding would be provided. Under the indirect effects, basically to permit capital investment in our infrastructure, increasing reliability and capacity in the various systems. The third section, methods considered to reduce impact of the proposed ordinance. The items listed here, basically the implementation was delayed until January 1 of 2021 from July 1 of 2020. Phase-in strategy was utilized over the 5 fiscal year period, and tiered rates proposed for residential stormwater. Section 4, estimate of annual cost for enforcement of the proposed ordinance. The estimate was that billing and collection mechanisms are already in place to address rates and customer charges, so don't see a big impact there, but it will increase costs to the 3 funds by $10,000 per fund annually, depending on the fiscal stability of the fund and balance of the URAP account. Then Section 5, total amount of money expected to be collected and manner in which it will be used. In this section, the incremental revenue increase per fiscal year by fund is listed in the business impact statement. And then it would be used for O&M, debt service, and project costs for all 3, and then also the system reinvestment in the water and wastewater funds. Section 6, statement regarding duplication or provisions more stringent than federal, state, or local standards regulating the same activity. This proposal does not, so that one's simple. Section 7, reason for conclusions. Basically, it will be a direct impact to residents and businesses. However, no feedback received that increases will constitute a significant economic burden or restrict formation, operation, or expansion of any business. And then Section 8, the determination is that the proposed ordinance does not impose a direct and significant economic burden upon a business and does not directly restrict the formation, operation, or expansion of a business. So that includes the business impact portion of my presentation. I'll jump into the ordinance. This is organized how the proposed ordinance is outlined in the staff report package. I'm just going to go section by section here to outline the changes that we're proposing. Section 12.01.05 under the water connection charges and use rates. This is a new section inserted to reference the utility rate schedule. And then section 12.01.020, basis of water rates and water rates. This section was reformatted and the language consolidated, defining the basis and applicability of all water rates, and also deleted all the user rates and fees, language, and tables out of code as they're now in the utility rate schedule. In the section 12.01.030, water connection charges, lateral meter box sets, meter set fees, and private fire protection service exemption. Again, reformatted and consolidated that and defining the basis and applicability, and then deleted the connection fees, language, and tables, again, since they're in the utility rate schedule. On to the next one, chapter 12.03, the sewer connection charges and use rates. For section 12.03.015, schedule rates. Again, this is a new section, just as we did in water, references the utility rate schedule. And then section 12.03.010, definitions. This was reformatted and some cleanup done. One to note in there, a sewer equivalent residential connection defined as 200 gallons per day. That was a change made in 2016 under the ordinance revisions in one definition in there. It was still listed as 250, so we made that cleanup. Sorry about that. The DA's office is also looking into if that actually needs to even be in this ordinance or if it's just a matter of they need to have the codifiers just clean that up. Section 12.03.020 rates. This was reformatted again and consolidated, defining the basis and applicability, and deleted that user rates, language, and tables as it's in the utility rate schedule. Same with section 12.03.030, sewer connection and hookup charges, since those were also now in the utility rate schedule. And Chapter 12.035, Utility Ratepayer Assistance Program. The bulk of this was in Section 12.035.040, Account for Ratepayer Assistance. This language was revised to allow funding from utility funds or any other sources as allowed under that ordinance, and then define the contribution of up to $10,000 annually from each of the water, wastewater, and stormwater funds, and establish requirements of said funding being made, what the limits would be as far as balance in that account and stability of those funds to allow that to happen. Then Chapter 12.17, Stormwater Service Charges, a lot of adjustments here. First one, Section 12.17.022, Schedule of Rates, similar to the water and wastewater sections. This is a new section to reference the utility rate schedule. Section 12.17.025, Calculation of Area. This is where we define the square footage calculation of a single-family property, since we're going to a tiered single-family residential, and the source of that data, which is the Assessor's Office database, and then also defines the impervious area calculation of multifamily, commercial, manufacturing, and public properties, basically everything exclusive of the single family, and the source of that data, which is our GIS database. Section 12.17.032, Adjustments, allowance for contiguous parcels under common use and ownership to petition to be considered a single property for billing purposes. So if we have, like, for instance, a business that the parking lot is a separate property, or numerous parcels making up that parking lot or something like that, that they could become one big one and just fall under that one category instead of paying numerous bills. And then allowance for properties not zoned as single-family residential, but used primarily for single-family residential to be considered as a single-family property for billing purposes. Some of our districts, we have a lot of that where it could be either an office or residence. Section 12.17.037, Credits. This establishes a credit of 1 month's charge for submitting an annual property status report. So commercial or manufacturing type property, something like that, that if they do submit us a report that yes, they've inspected their stormwater system, it's functioning, this is what we clean, maintain, constructed new, or no changes, just kind of what's going on there, and we can use that documentation in our annual reporting to the state under our stormwater permit, and they can receive a 1 month's credit to their billing. And then continuing on with the stormwater section changes, section 12.17.010, definitions. The director definition was updated for consistency, added the definition of impervious surface, and the section was renumbered accordingly. Section 12.17.020, rate policy, revised the basis of the rates to be based on the square footage of residences for single-family properties and impervious area for multifamily, commercial, manufacturing, and public properties. Section 12.17.035, exemptions. This was reformatted for consistency. Section 12.17.040, service charge rates. Again, deleted the schedule of the rates table and referenced the utility rate schedule. And then section 12.17.060, protests, was also reformatted for consistency. So a lot of talking. I think the DA's office, I believe Todd Reese was going to jump in on the ordinance changes and stuff. He had some comments, but that concludes my presentation.
This is Todd Reese, Deputy DA for the record. Yes, I have just a few notes for the board on the ordinance itself. The ordinance is continuing to undergo technical editing and reorganization to comply with the drafting manual that the DA's office has produced. It has continued after it was published in the agenda and will continue as we get prepared for second reading. The ordinance did undergo some editing prior to being published in the agenda so that we could have first reading given the time deadlines and the end of the year approaching. But there wasn't time. There was a timing and resource issues with the DA's office, and there simply wasn't time to do a full vetting of this prior to first reading. So while the language, and when I say it'll be edited, this means the technical editing, so the language and the organization may change, but the substance of it will not change unless you direct any substantive edits today. And really what we're trying to do is we're trying to produce the best product that we can and bring the code and bring the existing code into compliance with the drafting standards. In this particular case, Title 12 and the water, sewer, and stormwater chapters are very voluminous chapters. It will take a significant effort on the part of the DA's office to revise those chapters consistent with the ordinance drafting manual, and there simply wasn't time to do that right now with needing to get the rates adjusted before the end of the year. So with that, if you have any comments, questions, we'll be happy to entertain them.
Go ahead, Lori, and then John.
Okay. So looking at like you said, ignoring the technical fixes and things, I'd like to look at section 12.035.040. It's page 351, 352 of our packets. So I wanted to discuss the ratepayer assistance account and make sure that my understanding of this reading versus what I thought we as a board was establishing, and just make sure we're all clear and on the same page. The way I read this particular writing is if the ratepayer assistance account has less than $100,000, then the Public Works Director is required to fund the $30,000, the maximum contribution, as long as we're meeting our other financial goals in the account. Is that the interpretation that I'm reading here? It would be a mandatory assistance?
Yes, Supervisor Bagwell, as written, if the amount in the account for ratepayer assistance was less than $100,000, then the contributions from the utility funds would be mandatory.
So I think I'm not sure, but I believe what our intention is that the utility accounts would each have $10,000 that they could fund to the ratepayer assistance account, but that it would only be the $30,000. So I think I'm confused of why we put this $100,000 rule. I was looking to replenish it to $30,000 because we know that's the given amount that we potentially need to help those. And so what I didn't want to do is say we had $50,000 in the fund and then the Public Works would give it another $30,000. The objective is to keep it at $30,000, and hopefully once the utility bills can have donors and that messaging gets out, it would reduce our need to supplement the $30,000. So unless I just ask all of us, I think our intent was just to do the replenishment to ensure the minimal need of the $30,000 was met, but not to grow the need, if that makes sense. So I bring that up for discussion.
My recollection is the same as yours, that the fund was intended to cover approximately $30,000 a year. I don't know that I have an objection to having some reserves in the account in case you have a year that has an extraordinary need, because if the fund runs out, there's no requirement to replenish it until the next fiscal.
They only distribute once a
Correct.
year.
Correct. So then some ratepayers that need assistance may not get assistance if we don't have some reserves in the account above and beyond the 30. But what that number is, I don't know that I have a preference for.
I wasn't involved in the original discussion. It was before my time on the board. I agree that I don't know that we need to have a cap, but I'd like to know where the 100,000 came from based on what you just said. So maybe we could hear from staff on that. My suggestion to this category deals with number 7. And I would suggest a change there as well, because we don't know what's going to be coming federally. I'd kind of like to change that so that if funds do become available, just as an example, if there's another CARES Relief Act, and we have the ability to put some money into this account and maybe give our ratepayers a benefit, that would be a way we could reach every business and citizen in the community. So I'd like to see the language in 7 changed to be permissive, so that if there isn't some other statutory prohibition from investing money into this account, that we could do it with board approval.
Todd, can you address those two issues? Or does it need to be Darren or Andy?
I can address some of the issues, but if Darren has any comments or Andy has any comments, I'd appreciate them chiming in as well.
Right,
If
then
you're
we'll
going to
start-
do
we'll
that,
start with
can you
and-
speak up?
Certainly. Let's take the second issue first. The way that the URAP was conceived initially was that it was going to be not funded by the city and funded by donations into the account. With the proposed edits, that's clearly the policy decision on that is clearly changing. And that's a policy decision that you as the board can have the authority to make. So if you'd like to change section 7 from, I believe it says, I have it right here. The account must not be supplemented by any other fund of the city. That can be changed to state that the Board of Supervisors may approve further contributions to the fund from other accounts of the city. However, with one caveat, there may be some statutory, either federal or state restrictions on the use of the funds. And if there is such a restriction, then clearly that would prevent the use of the funds in that manner. So that is possible, and the DA's office can craft appropriate language to address that concern. On the first question, the $10,000, the $100,000, I don't recall that either originated while I was drafting it, or it originated in a discussion between myself and Public Works. That was simply a number that we wanted to cap it. Certainly, we didn't want the utility funds to be required to contribute to the account on an ongoing basis, regardless of how much was in the fund, so we felt that a cap needed to be put on it. As to the amount of the cap, the $100,000 was something that I believe that Public Works and myself thought was reasonable, but there's no reason that can't be changed to accommodate whichever policy the board seeks to effectuate.
Darren or Andy, do you have anything to add to that?
I'll jump in here and agree, Darren Schultz for the record, agree with everything that Todd has said. We as Public Works, we're not concerned with this discussion that's going on right now in terms of us as managing the utility. So whatever policy direction is decided here with these things that have been talked about, we're going to be okay with. We established it. We established the rates and the fund so that with everything, the inputs that we know now that we would be able to afford the $10,000 each year from each fund that could go to this assistant program. But that is withstanding if one of those inputs would vary based on our revenue doesn't come in as we planned, or there's other things that come into play that would affect our revenue, then obviously that's off the table. But we established our rate schedule so that we could afford this each year and every year. But in terms of beyond that $30,000, that's we're okay with whatever policy decision is made here today.
Am I misreading this then? If it's under 100,000, we got to put in the 30,000. So I mean, I don't, right? I mean, so.
I think that's exactly my point,
Yeah.
Stacy, is that the misunderstanding was we wanted to assure that 30,000 was in the fund.
Right.
Not, and somehow, I get what you were trying to do, and I appreciate that, but I think the misunderstanding is, I really just want you to replenish it to ensure there's at least 30,000. So the 100,000, if there was 90,000 in the account, you'd be giving it 30,000 more dollars. That was not our intent, or was not certainly anything I think we discussed. So I'm just more in favor of a replenishment to 30,000. So on April 1st, you look at the fund, say how much money is in there. Anything less than 30,000, you're replenishing it, one third to the $30,000. I think that's what we were after. Maybe Mr. Yu has a thought on that.
So if I may, I think this is a pretty easy fix. I'm getting, pretty clear message from the board that what we're talking about is establishing a floor. We're obviously not establishing a cap or a ceiling on how much money can be in that fund. The two trigger points there, it just needs to be minimally adjusted so that, if it falls below $30,000, I think is what I'm hearing, then the director must, under the code provision, contribute money from the utility funds to replenish it up to at least $30,000. But that's only if that's fiscally, possible, based on our minimum, standards. So that's a pretty easy fix. And as Todd continues to make those changes, I'll make sure I get eyes on it as well before it comes back for second reading.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, and I hear the discussion from the other supervisors. However, it doesn't address two other issues. Number one, the cap that Public Works has mentioned, and number two, any potential reserves in case there is a catastrophic year, because they don't want to keep the fund at exactly $30,000 and then have ratepayers that need assistance not get it in a particular year. So I would like us to consider some sort of a reserve amount. So maybe it's if the account falls below $30,000, then it's mandatory to contribute the $30,000, the $10,000 from each fund, which could put the maximum amount in the fund at $60,000. That would end up being the cap. And then even in an extraordinary year, say for instance, we had a natural disaster, then ratepayers that need assistance would be able to get assistance. So that would be my suggestion, is that if the account falls below $30,000, then it's mandatory, subject to the second bullet point, which is that the utility fund meets their adopted financial goals. Then they'd each contribute the $10,000. Go ahead, Lori.
So I think I'd rather keep the utilities under the auspices of if it's less than the 30,000, they contribute replenishment to it. However, we could, to accommodate your thought process, if there's an emergency, we can incorporate under number 7 that we can utilize. We can just remove that no other money may be put into the account. So if we have an emergency or an issue like you're talking about, then the Board of Supervisors could simply allocate dollars from any available source that's legally permissible to put into the ratepayer assistance. I think I would like to keep the limit for the utility fund at, it's a replenishment to the 30,000 mark. Thereafter, the city would be in a different situation. I think, like you said, we might use CARES Act money or some new money. I think we can use it with the combination of paragraph 7 now.
Yeah,
If we
and
fix that to meet both needs.
Yeah, and that was the reason that I brought number 7 up, was for the exact reason that Supervisor Bunkowski mentioned, that, I could see us needing more than $10,000 going forward. And I don't know that it's right to have, because those are user-paid fees. I don't know that it's right to have the user-paid fee supplement that when we may be benefiting, the whole community. So removing that language in 7 allows us to contribute, funds that we may get from the federal government, or that we may have as excess funds that we want to put into the system. And we may decide we want to do that at the beginning of next fiscal year because of everything that's gone on with the coronavirus and who knows what's to come. So I think it will accomplish what you want to do anyway.
Thank you. I don't have too much to say on this particular issue, but I do have some concerns. First of all, to be my usual, hopefully amusing self, I think of this program we're talking about currently as redistribution of income from the people who have it and to the people who don't. And I don't have a problem with that, but in a recent election, I heard the word socialism thrown around, which might have some impact on that. My concern is this, to take it to a different topic. You said earlier, I believe, that if we make changes that aren't technical in the language, that it would be a problem in that it would delay things. And I question the idea, and I always have, which Dan can tell you, regarding this stuff about technical language. This is an issue that we have a certain amount of problem with our constituents. And by the way, I want to say up front, what they don't realize that this is one of 5 or 6 things that this city does and has to do. This is as important as fire, this is as important as police, this is as important as transportation, this is as important as, and it's a part of quality of life. We won't have anything here if we don't have water. So we're going to have to pay for that, and I've said that for years. My question to you, however, is if we make these changes, is this, from what you said earlier, going to delay the implementation of this and our vote on it? Because I am big on transparency, and I want people to realize whatever's in here, they have a chance to figure it out. And maybe Darren can speak to that too after you.
From a purely, I'll say, statutory point or procedural point of enacting the ordinance, if I'm not sure that the changes would require a new first reading. However, if in making the changes, the DA's office believes that it does require a new first reading, then we could do the first reading at the next board meeting, at the first board meeting in December, and then we could do the second reading at the second board meeting in December, and that would not delay the implementation of the rates.
Dan?
Okay, yeah, let me chime in on that real quick, just so we can be clear on the record in addressing Supervisor Barrett's.
Dan, you'll have to speak up.
To address Supervisor Barrett's question directly, any changes that this board directs staff in the DA's office to implement for incorporation into the first reading draft would not require this to come back to a first reading. I mean, we have an opportunity in between readings to implement and incorporate those directives, those changes. I think what Todd was really talking about earlier, to preface this, the introduction of this first reading draft was just to make the board aware that currently there is still an ongoing process to correct certain grammatical changes within the ordinance draft that you're seeing today. Now, that's purely because of timing issues, and it's not anybody's fault. It's just that, as you know, we've got a lot of things going on in the city. It takes a lot of time to go through a review process when it comes to the language of CCMC. It's very time consuming. So, as Todd also, said earlier, he's absolutely correct. We always want to put forward the best, most polished, refined product as possible on any matter. It's just not always possible. So right now, what you see before you is the first ordinance draft. Concurrently, what's happening right now are additional technical clerical revisions that are being made. Prior to the submission and publication of the first reading ordinance, I had already made changes to the ordinance summary and the ordinance title, some additional minor fixes, such that if additional clerical changes are made in the text substantively, all right, substantively or technically, with the rest of the ordinance, it would not require us to have to come back to first reading. So I would say that we do have ample opportunity in between, or maybe not ample, but we do have opportunity in between readings to make additional changes. And that would be not only the technical corrections that are ongoing right now, but also an opportunity for us to incorporate any additional directives that this board, goes with on the record today.
Thank you for that. And as you probably already know, I don't agree with that, though you're the legal representation. Anytime you change language, you change what people think it says. But I just wanted to clarify so I understood what was going on here, because I do recognize that we want to do this, notwithstanding what our constituents might think. But the truth of the matter is, a lot of them are worried about this, and they're going to have to be worried about it. I'll refer to one thing that was here before. In the next decade, as well as the increases we've had in the last decade, what people don't seem to understand, and I will say it out loud, this is not an adjustment. This is an ongoing rate increase necessity, because we live in a very dry climate and we're water short. The truth of the matter is, we're lucky here because we get enough water, because we're a sponge, as Darren has referred to it at times in this valley. But it will not change. The increases will keep coming. I'm quite sure of that. At any rate, I'll just shut up now, but the truth of the matter is, I want to be sure that our constituents understand that we're not doing this because we want to, we're doing this because we have to. And the fact of the matter is, I want them to understand what's in the wording if they will take the time to read it. So I want to make sure we're transparent. Thank you.
Thank you, John. And I would say also that I do not have any issues with changing the language in item 7 so that the board has the authority to supplement the fund from other funds. However, I don't want to be put in a position where there may be additional need and we have to go through a lengthy process to get that approved by the board. So I still would like to see some sort of a reserve put into the account, especially when next year, when the eviction prohibitions end, and I think we're going to see a lot of people get pushed out of their current living arrangements, and it wouldn't surprise me if we saw the potential need from this fund double next year. So I just don't know that I can support this without having some sort of a cushion in the account.
What?
In addition to the change to language 7.
What if we, made the changes suggested by removing the 100,000, leaving it at 30 per year, and putting an item on the agenda for the December 17th meeting, or even the next meeting, where we move funds from one of our existing accounts to create that initial reserve? So in other words, that would create the reserve outside of the enterprise fund. We would move it from ending fund balance or some reserve or one of our emergency funds and and move $30,000 in there to get to that same number.
Well, to quote Supervisor Giommi, I think we're making this too difficult.
Okay.
I think the simple fix is just leave the money in the account as a reserve and then make your adjustments or lay out the parameters for the additional contributions. It's very simple.
Okay,
It doesn't
I can live with it.
The thing I want to avoid is that when we need the money, I don't want to go through a 2-month process to get it approved. Meanwhile, people aren't getting the
Yeah,
assistance.
no, I get it. It wouldn't be 2 months though, right? I mean, it should be one meeting. We're just talking about moving funds.
By the time it gets to the board, it could be 2 months.
Yeah, okay. I'm fine with your suggestion, especially when you put it the way you did.
May I?
Lori?
So, two different things here. I want to go with what you said earlier, though. You're making this too difficult. And you're also not looking at the rules within the utility rate assistant, the URAP. Remember this, our URAP account. First of all, it is set up with a vendor that distributes the dollars, and they have an application period that occurs. And that happens, and a distribution once per year. We don't have a mechanism within that to even do what you're talking about. So I feel like if we had the third-party vendor come and tell us, oh my gosh, we've had 60,000, 70,000 worth of requests because of, like you said, mortgages, people moving out of apartments, they're going to have to come to amend that process and ask for a supplementary opportunity to give out the grants. So I really think it would all happen in one meeting. So I think the third-party vendor would say, I need more money because of the emergency situation in Carson City, and would request the board to implement item number 7, which would be changed to say, we need more money. So I see it as a one-meeting process. I really don't, and then we know what we're talking about instead of just setting some false reserve amount. I'd rather be able to meet the actual need and use number 7 to do that. And we would just authorize the third-party vendor to notify the utility or the city manager's office of a requested agenda item to ascertain whether there's any money under the new number 7.
Darren and Andy, would you concur with Supervisor Bagwell's remarks?
I would concur. I think we're gonna see a buildup of concerns and requests for this. It's not gonna, I don't think it's gonna happen just overnight. So that would give us time to prepare something that comes forward. We'll be in conversation with the vendor, whose job it is to give this out to the needy residents, and we'll. I really do believe that we'll have time to see it and be able to ramp up for it and get something before you in terms of interjecting more money. I don't want to confuse the issue, but I did think of a little bit of a compromise is instead of the 100,000 threshold, use the 30,000 threshold. So on April 1 of every year, if that fund has less than $30,000 in it, then the utilities would in fact contribute 10 each, meaning it would go above 30, but that would build a little bit of that that cushion in there that you were referring to, Brad. So, but either way, it's livable by us.
Lori?
So the reason that I didn't want to do that is I don't want to continue to subsidize it from all ratepayers. This is our stopgap because we were unable to implement the original thought was they would donate on their bills. And so that's the other reason I hate to put too much into what we're doing. I think our compromise with paragraph 7 will accommodate that the utility bills are still not able to take donations from the general public. Because I think that's the other issue when the city's in strife or residents are in strife, I think the people that can help have always stepped up to the plate. And I just don't want it to be that the city is doing it. This is our stopgap. And so I just throw that out there, as I don't want people to think their donations are not needed. And if we're just going to fund it and keep the thresholds, then there isn't any reason for the general philanthropists in our community to contribute to the fund. So I really like the replenishment to 30,000 and the paragraph 7 adjustments that allow us to meet any emergency that Brad's brought up or anything. But anyway, that's my opinion.
Any further discussion on 14A or B?
Sorry. Can we look at section 12.17037 on the credits with a report? And maybe you're already going to be working on this at the DA's office, but I don't think a report.
What page, Lori?
Oh, I'm sorry, 354 of our packet, and it's 12.17037. We talked about implementing a 1-month credit, but I'm not sure that I'm understanding what triggers the credit. I don't think a report is sufficient enough, and maybe that's already language that you're going to be honing in on to trigger the credit. I don't understand what triggers the credit, other than I turned in some kind of report. Doesn't say on forms prescribed by the, I don't know. Is there more to this one?
I can tell you that this is on the DA's radar to review and beef up and make it clear. With that said, if you want more thoughts on the history behind it, I think Darren might be able to chime in on that. Okay.
Remember the history of our discussion. I just didn't think the section was strong enough to articulate what triggers the credit.
Okay.
Any other items? Go ahead.
Am I missing it somewhere? Is the actual rate schedule being adopted by the board at this meeting?
The actual rate schedule is not being adopted by the board at this meeting. The actual rate schedule will come before the board at the next meeting, along with the second reading of the ordinance.
Okay.
And the reason for that is that the business impact statement has to be approved first by the board before the rate schedule can be approved.
But the content of the rate schedule is set.
It's not going to change, right?
That's correct.
Right, the rates are set by what we decide on other items.
Correct.
Right, okay. So there wouldn't be any variables in the rate schedule, it's just the document itself.
Well, where does it say that the business impact statement is where the rates are set? I mean, it's not really setting rates. I mean, we would have to, the rates could still change, but we would have to do a whole new business impact statement.
The formula for setting the rates is set, or will be set when we accept this ordinance. So the numbers that go into the rate schedule will already be set by other actions. All they have to do is transfer that information over into a form, which they would bring back here for approval, is my understanding. So in other words, water is going to go up 3%, wastewater is going to go up 3.5%. Stormwater will be the new rates in the ordinance that is in front of us here today.
Correct. The rate increases are set. I don't know that the details are set by anything we're doing today. That's just my feeling. I could be wrong. But my next question may help me understand that. Where in the ordinance does it say that this rate schedule has to be adopted by the board annually, or has to be adopted by the board?
The paragraphs in the beginning of each section, for example, I'm looking at, I'll go back up to the beginning of the ordinance, and I'm looking at Section 1 of the ordinance, 12.01.015. It simply says that the water rates must be calculated in accordance with this chapter in the manner established by the rate schedule. So it doesn't necessarily mandate that the board adopt the rate schedule, but given the guidance we've received from the board at earlier meetings, our understanding is that the board wishes to adopt the rate schedule, and this is the method to adopt the rate schedule and incorporate it into the ordinance. I suppose the board could refuse to adopt the rate schedule, but at that point there would be no rates. As far as changes to the rates at this point, the rates have been presented to the board multiple times, I believe, over the past year. And at this time, there are no proposed changes to those. At least that I'm aware of, and I believe Supervisor Jerome, you're correct, that if there were changes to those rates, we might have to re-implement the business impact statement process.
Yeah, my only comment, and I'm not suggesting that we're going to change rates. I'm not suggesting that. My only comment is that I don't see anything here that sets rates. I don't see anything here that sets the rate. I don't know that I'm comfortable with that answer, because there's nothing in the rate schedule that says the board has to adopt the rate schedule. And so I think it's been on the record that, at least from my perspective, I don't want these rates to change without coming under public scrutiny and specifically board approval. So I don't see language in here that says that, unless I'm missing something.
If I may.
If I could first, the rates are set by the ordinance that were passed for the water, sewer, and now wastewater that's in front of us today. All they're doing is consolidating that information into one schedule. The rate schedule doesn't set the rates. It's just a consolidated form that somebody can go to as a reference guide.
And I guess what I'm saying is I don't agree with that. I don't think that's the case, because there's nothing in here that sets rates. There's no rates in this document. We're pulling the rates out of this document and putting it into a rate schedule, right?
Dan can probably clarify, but the way I read 12.01015, schedule of rates, like you said, which is duplicated through the other sections, and that's page 338 of our packet, says, in a manner established by the Carson City Public Works utility rate schedule or rate schedule as may be amended, which is hereby adopted. So that's where we're doing the adoption of it. But what we may, and again, the DA's office can do it when they're doing the technical, we may want to put a clause in there that says future amendments of that schedule can only occur by the Board of Supervisors. And I think it might be implied anyway, but Dan can answer that.
Yeah, so a couple of points here. First, Supervisor Jomi's question. I mean, by way of this board adopting on second reading this ordinance, that automatically adopts the rate schedule. Unless you were to somehow to change this language that's already embedded in the text of this ordinance, because the ordinance, as Supervisor Bagwell just pointed out, by adopting this ordinance, the operational language of this ordinance is such that the board has adopted also the rate schedule. You're also correct in the sense that the rate schedule is going to list the numbers. The two documents are supposed to work in conjunction with one another. So rather than in existing provisions right now where you actually have the rate tables embedded in CCMC, what Public Works is proposing to do is to pull that out, so you've got a separate document that is called the rate schedule, And the purpose of that was so that in the future, if or when changes are made to that rate schedule, there would not be a need to come back to this board to change the ordinance itself. So the language of the ordinance could remain the same. You would only have to bring back the rate schedule, that other document, to fiddle with those numbers if necessary. But this ordinance also prescribes certain factors that have to be considered, the variables that you have to take into account for purposes of calculating, those rates. But it's based on the numbers that are established in that rate schedule. So the two are supposed to work simultaneously, side by side. And this happens, this sort of approach, is pretty common, when you look at NRS statutes, when you look at NAC regulations adopted by other agencies of the state. It makes it just a little easier to consume because rather than have everything laid out in the text of the code itself, you can just be directed via this link that's embedded in the code to a separate page, and you've got this live document that's in there. But to address the second concern, which was, well, does this mean somehow, and I think Supervisor Bagwell alluded to this as well, is do we need to go back in here and provide additional language to make explicit that anytime there is a rate change in the future, we got to have language in the ordinance that specifies it has to come to the board. We don't need that because that would be required by law anyway, under state law. So if this board were to go into the rate schedule and adjust those numbers in the future, you have to prepare a business impact statement that's triggered by state law under 237 of NRS. We have to come back to the board. So in terms of transparency, in terms of giving the public adequate notice of any adjustments that may occur in the future, that's all required by state law. Nothing changes.
Dan, is that also true for approved rate increases, say for instance, tying it to the CPI index? Because I don't believe we've done that. We don't do a business impact statement every year when the connection fees increase or.
If you have a built-in mechanism for a formula in an ordinance, and to use your example, if you have a CPI index that's tied into, periodic changes in in what would otherwise be a static number. Well, you've already enacted via ordinance, this is the formula that's going to work in perpetuity until, this board decides to change that formula. You don't have to come back each time. So if you've built something in and it operates, there's no adjustment to that formula, you don't have to come back on account of its automatic, increase or adjustment.
More questions, Stacy?
Yeah, I got all of that, Dan. I understood all of that from before. I guess what I'm struggling with is that, we're adopting this on first reading, and the rate schedule is not a part of this right now in this packet. I guess and I probably should have been a little more succinct, because if you go to this website right now, this document is not there. So I guess that's all I was trying to say, that I'm struggling a little bit with that because we didn't include the adopted rate schedule that's incorporated by reference into this particular agenda item. I understand it's only a first reading, but so that's kind of what I was struggling with.
I think Supervisor Joma, you make actually a very, very valid point. And we'll work more closely, with the Public Works Department and other departments as well. And we'll be more mindful of providing this board, all the relevant documents as supporting material. I totally understand where you're coming from, because in hindsight here, maybe that should have been uploaded as additional supporting material, not because this board is actually acting on anything today in terms of formally adopting either the rate schedule or this ordinance. As you pointed out, we're only on first reading here, but yes, I agree with you. I think perhaps that would have been more beneficial, not just to this board, but to the members of the public as well, to have that separate document uploaded as supporting material. So we'll definitely keep that in mind. That's a great reminder for all of us. We'll be a lot more mindful about that in the future.
So then, just to be clear, when this comes forward again, this rate structure will be incorporated with a second reading?
Absolutely, we'll make sure of that.
Okay.
Supervisor Giomi, if I may.
Sir.
When the ordinance comes back for the second reading, there will be a second item at the same time to adopt the rate schedule.
Okay, well,
Wouldn't you
now.
want to
go
do the
ahead.
rate schedule first? So,
This takes,
Whole point.
this takes me back to my whole question then.
Let me,
Why does it have to be a separate item if it's adopted by reference? Why does it have to be a separate item? So look, I'm not trying to throw a wrench in things here. This was my problem before when, at the last meeting, when I felt like we're adopting what is essentially a policy, right? I mean, it's a rate schedule, but without like a resolution or anything. I guess it feels a little fuzzy to me, and I guess I just have to defer to you that we're doing it right. But it bothers me. There's no, in my mind, there's still no direct reference to this document, the rate structure, in this ordinance. And there's still no direct reference to the Board of Supervisors adopting this rate policy.
So I understand how this may seem, I think I pointed this out in an email earlier this week. The process may seem a little wonky, quote unquote, and I understand your concerns. I do want to state on the record that I think that Public Works, in conjunction with the DA's office, we're going above and beyond in terms of the business impact statement. And what I mean by that is, I think under the statutory parameters that are in place under NRS Chapter 237, for the generation of a business impact statement, we could have limited it, I think, technically to just one business impact statement. Because as you just pointed out, when you adopt this ordinance, you're already in operation. As I explained earlier, you're adopting that rate schedule as well. So in effect, again, they're two separate documents, but they're working together. So they're two pieces of the same thing. And one can't work without the other. If you don't have a rate schedule, this ordinance doesn't work. And if you have just the rate schedule that lives by itself and you don't have an ordinance, it also doesn't work. So you got to have these two pieces together. So in that sense, I think technically under NRS Chapter 237, it would have been okay, and I think it would have passed statutory muster for us just to adopt one business impact statement. However, we wanted to go above and beyond, be extra transparent, and err on the side of caution by doing these as two separate pieces. So this board would adopt in one action at the next meeting the actual rate schedule, which also went out with the business impact statement that's generated, and then simultaneously you have the adoption on second reading, the ordinance itself. But again, in conjunction, they're two pieces of the same machine. One can't work without the other. But again, duly noted with respect to whether that rate schedule should have been provided today as additional supporting material. And that's something we'll work out in the future.
And you believe the language in this bill as written today sufficiently indicates that the utility rate schedule must be adopted by the Board of Supervisors?
I'm not sure I understand that question. As I said.
So I'm talking about going forward.
Oh, okay, you're
4
talking
years
about
from now.
making changes in the future to the
Yes.
rate schedule. This language in the ordinance does not address that, but it doesn't need to. That's addressed by state law. So one of the things that, we need to remember is that, we don't repeat everything that's required under state law. That's required by NRS Chapter 237 with respect to any sort of a rule or an ordinance that's going to be enacted by local government. So in this instance, if you're talking about an increase to the rates in the future.
Or a change.
Is there anything in here that would require this board? Well, no, not in this ordinance. But certainly, as you all know, I mean, the conduct of this board of this city isn't governed exclusively by what's in CCMC. We also have to be mindful about, what the state directives are as well. So under state law, we'd have to do that, and really, there's no point, I guess, is what I'm saying, in having to repeat that information in this CCMC provision.
Okay.
Can I join in here?
Go ahead, John.
And I really want to commend Supervisor Giome for nailing this down. because the problem is not what we understand up here necessarily. The problem is the public doesn't understand. I've grappled with this my entire life in a different career, and it's not transparent by opaqueness, not that you're not trying to get there, you're leaping through hoops to get transparency, but we're not achieving it by virtue of the fact that there's not plain words and language here that refer to everything that's involved here. So I just want to give Supervisor Jones kudos and say, nice try, but the public doesn't understand.
So if I may, Acting Mayor, I would like to respond to that. I don't want to refute, what Supervisor Barrett's comments are, and I certainly, with all due respect, I do want to say that, I disagree with the characterization that there's a lack of transparency and that it's more opaque than crystal clear.
Sorry, Dan, that's not what I said.
Right,
That's not what I said. I said you're attempting it, but it isn't reaching every human being who might be interested. That's all I'm saying.
No, I understand that, and I again, what I just wanted to remark on the record is that, the language that we try to, put forward in ordinances is, we try to make it as user-friendly as possible. Certainly, there are technicalities that we have to follow. There's compliance with the ordinance drafting rules that we've put in place via the ordinance drafting manual. But that's one of the very first fundamental things that we try to achieve in drafting legislation, is to make it so that it is user-friendly. You use plain language, and you try to keep it as far away from being overly complicated as possible. So I understand that the process seems like it's a little bit out of sync, but that, again, that's a policy decision of this board. That is not a policy decision of staff or of the district attorney's office. We're not recommending that, hey, we should take out the table of rates from CCMC and put it into a separate document. That is wholly at the discretion of this board. So if this board were to say, we don't like this idea of having a separate document that lives outside of CCMC, put it back in, and we can do that. So I just wanted to be clear on that point.
Thank you, Dan. And Darren got his stress ball out and then turned his video feed off, so I'm thinking we need to wrap this up. So is there any additional questions or discussion on these two items, 14A and 14B? All right, seeing none, I would make note that we have received public comment on these items, which have been incorporated into the permanent record. So for anybody out in the public that sent in public comment on these two items, we have hard copies of those, and we have read and reviewed those, and they will be part of the permanent record. And with that, I would come back to agenda item 14A and ask for a motion.
I move to approve the business impact statement as presented.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Any opposed say nay. The vote is 4-0 to approve the business impact statement. We're now on item 14B. I would accept a motion.
I move to introduce on first reading Bill number 115 with changes to the section 12.035, dealing with the discussion on the record today that it would be a $30,000 replenishment from the utility funds, and an update to paragraph 7 that would allow for other funds to be utilized from the sources and allow the district attorney's office to effectuate that language.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion?
Just on discussion, I do want to acknowledge the people that have been calling, writing in, and discussing the impacts of these rates. And I hope that today's discussion that we had that really centered on the need to be able to help those that might not be able to afford this, that you understand we take this very seriously, and raising rates is never easy, and certainly, I'm going to guess, nothing any of us enjoy participating in, but the safety of our water systems, our stormwater, and our wastewater, our new word for sewer, is of utmost importance, and I take that duty just to heart, and so I just want to put that on the record.
Stacy?
Yeah, I just want to apologize to the board if I got us down a rabbit hole there. I just am struggling with the, to borrow John's word, opacity of this. There's zero doubt in my mind that there's a need for all of this. It is well documented. We've got an aging infrastructure. We have documented time and again our need to replace that aging infrastructure. And in the instances we have replaced it, we have seen literally crumbling water and wastewater pipes. So zero doubt in my mind that this is necessary. Zero doubt in my mind, as Supervisor Bagwell said, that it is a difficult decision and hard to swallow. But going back to what Supervisor Barrett said, we live in a desert, and it's costly to live here when it comes to water. So I'll be voting for it, but I just wanted to thank you for indulging me as I went down what I think you guys thought was a rabbit hole, but I'm still down there. Thanks.
I don't think that apology is necessary, and I think that it's very helpful, I think, to everybody on this board to have these discussions because you bring up points, as each member of this board does, that maybe other members of the board haven't thought about and should be brought up for consideration. So I wouldn't apologize for it. In fact, I would encourage it. And with that, I will call for the question. So, unless John, you had comments?
I think everything's been said. I'm not going to beat my proverbial and often gone to dead horse, but this is the final linchpin in making this community safe water-wise, and water is like oil used to be.
And with that, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. I'm going to vote nay, so the vote is 3-1 to approve. Okay.
May I ask just for a clarification on the record is when this second reading will come back to us? Because we have a holiday coming up next week. So is this coming on the first one in December or the second one?
Dan or Stephanie, you have an answer for that? When will the second reading come back?
We were proposing the first meeting in December for the second reading, but unless there's a scheduling issue, I defer to the DA's office.
I think that was the proposed plan of action, was to bring it back for that first meeting in December. I guess I will point out that, there isn't an absolute need for it unless it somehow mucks up the timing that Public Works, needs to follow, because we do have the 35 days after the first reading, before enactment has to take place. But I don't foresee any sort of an obstacle at this point to, in between this first reading and the second reading, to get all the changes implemented so it can come back during that first meeting in December. But we'll work that out with the city manager's office and as well as Public Works.
Yeah, I think that would be the board's preference, is to make it back at the first meeting in case it's determined that there are substantive changes to it and we need to do another first reading.
Understood. We'll make that happen.
Okay. Everybody satisfied with that? Okay, great. All right. Does anybody need a break? Okay, we'll take a 10-minute break. We'll be back at 11 o'clock. back. We are now on agenda item 15A. Get to the right page here. 15A for discussion only, discussion and presentation on the intended use of COVID-19 vaccination grant in the amount of $71,872 received by the Carson City Health and Human Services Department from the State of Nevada Department of Public and Behavioral Health, Nevada State Immunization Program originating from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Nikki, are you on the line? Yep, I see you there. Go ahead.
I am. So for the record, Nikki Aker, Director of Carson City Health and Human Services. So this grant came to us, it's emergency funding that we got from the state. It's a pass-through. The state acts as a pass-through from the CDC. We received these funds because we have been involved with the immunization program for nearly, approximately 10 years, if not even more than that. So these funds will be used for the COVID-19 vaccination program, and they will be used for staffing to do these vaccination events. We are going to use a little bit of it for some supplies and to buy some coolers that are specific to keeping vaccine within temperature. So even when we're out in the field, we have to make sure that the vaccine is kept to the temperature that it needs to be. And these coolers are specific to doing that, and they're needed for our events. So with that, I'll take any questions.
Any questions for Nikki? Well, you must have done a good job. There's no questions.
Great, thank you.
Yep, thank you, Nikki. That was for discussion only, so no action needs to be taken. We are now on agenda item 16A for possible action, discussion and possible action regarding directives and recommendations concerning Carson City departmental and staff functions in Carson City as a consolidated municipality in relation to the exercise of emergency powers pursuant to NRS Chapters 244 and 414 and CCMC Chapter 6.02 for the purposes of ensuring the health, safety, and welfare in Carson City in response to the global coronavirus. Stephanie, you want to start?
Yes, thank you. For the record, Stephanie Hicks, Deputy City Manager. I just wanted to provide a few updates. We have continued to distribute PPEs and other supplies out to our businesses in Carson City. Our request estimate is about still 15 to 20 requests per week. And so far, that results in that we have distributed over 22,000 masks, almost 55,000 gloves, 76 hand sanitizer stands with 164 refills, and 92 gallons of cleaning solution. So we continue to take in the requests. We still have supplies available. I would say with the exception, the one item we're having difficulty getting is the gloves. We recently have been able to get the sanitizing wipes, which has been something that has been requested, so we will be adding that back onto our list. But we will continue to distribute, and we will be meeting next week to plan additional ordering to complete as much as we can, as we discussed last meeting, of those items that won't expire. I did also want to add that we had a nice shout out on social media from one of the businesses that we distributed to, and I would just encourage other businesses, let us know how we're doing and how we're helping you. We'd also like to include that in our COVID task force updates to the state. So we appreciate that response and feedback from those businesses. We are also going to be posting our Carson City Assessment and Action Plan on our main website, our landing page, so that it's available to the public, both the report we submitted this week and also last week, and those that we, will likely continue to submit so that they're available and readily available to the public. I also wanted to note that we should have a press release going out today or tomorrow for the space heaters. We've worked through the parameters that we need to verify for those orders and have set up a process where there will be an online submittal available, and then the fire department and also our grants administrator can review those requests and process them through the system. So we'll be able to provide that to the businesses as well. And lastly, I just wanted to note that, and we may do it before or after Nikki, whatever is your preference, but James Underwood also had a request to discuss with us some additional CARES Act funding for some software that he feels would be advantageous to the city based on our staff working at home and some of those ransomware attacks and vulnerabilities.
We'll go to James after we go to Nikki. I would also mention that the city manager is on the coronavirus task force phone call as we speak. So if we can provide an update before the end of the meeting, we will. Those calls can be hours long. So if we don't get you an update before the end of the meeting, we'll have that out on the website shortly thereafter. So Nikki, on to you.
Okay, thank you. For the record, Nikki Aker, Director of Carson City Health and Human Services. So for this period, November 1st through the 14th, there were 259 new COVID cases. This does mirror the previous 2-week period of October 25th to November 7th. The average age of Carson City residents was 41 years old. We had 8 hospitalizations over the 2-week period. We did see several outbreaks between this period of November 1st through 14th. We had 3 long-term care facilities that have had outbreaks, and then our largest outbreak was within the Department of Corrections that a lot of people have heard about. And I just want to note on that, we are working with the state on that outbreak as far as the individuals. We need to separate out the inmates from the staff because the staff are considered our community members, and staff can be living in Carson City and surrounding counties. So we are working with that with the state, and we have also proposed to the state that the Department of Correction numbers be pulled out of Carson City's numbers, and that right now is up at the governor's office, and I haven't heard a resolution on that yet. The outbreaks that I've spoke about, the long-term care and the Department of Corrections accounted for 52% of our total cases during this 2-week period. As far as exposures, the most common is a contact with a known COVID-19 case. That is 65%. Working or residing in a correctional facility, 39%, which with the outbreak, that makes a lot of sense. Going to the grocery or retail store, 24%. Working in a healthcare setting, 19%. And attending or working at a school, 14%. And individuals, when our investigators talk with them, they can report a number of different exposures. We've had individuals report that they've had no exposure that they knew of, and then multiple exposures. So these different categories of exposure can have multiple people. They could be duplicated, is what I'm trying to say here. I want to let everybody know that we've got an event this afternoon. It's a COVID testing event and a flu vaccination event. This was the event that was supposed to happen on Tuesday, and we had to reschedule it because of the wind. And it will be at Mills Park, the Sealy Loop, and it's 2 to 4 p.m. And then I would just plea with everybody as we go into the Thanksgiving holiday here. It's some really hard decisions that we're all having to make about families coming together. I know personally I've got grandchildren, I've got kids from the different areas, but when you are the surrounding area. When you look at my household, it would be bringing 5 households together. And so it's been a very difficult decision for us to make, especially since one of those households has a pregnant woman in it, and we need to protect her. So we have decided not to get together in person. And I just plead with the community to think about this right now as our COVID cases increase and needing to keep everybody safe. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Yeah, Nikki, thank you for pointing out the Warm Springs Correctional Center. I think it's great in your daily briefings that we're counting those separately, again, because we really have no control over what happens. And in fact, speaking to the city manager, I know that the prison hasn't really been that forthcoming with you on what they're doing, because those inmates are not in isolation. They have employees that work there who are members of our community, and then, invite community spread. So I think it's critical that the state communicate with you particularly, and with our task force as well, on the efforts they're taking to protect their employees. Thank you for that. And I just also want to reiterate to everybody, as you know, we've started with Acting Mayor Bonkowski doing an announcement yesterday and sharing that in the public, that we really just need to wear our masks. We're going to reach a point where, I suspect the governor is going to intervene if we don't do our best to keep our businesses open, and just I know everyone has fatigue, and with talk of the vaccine, I think people are getting a little bit lax, and the general distribution of that vaccine is months away. So, thank you.
Yeah, and I would just add that, so yes, the vaccine is coming, but it's also will be given on a tiered model. So it's going to be a little while for the general public to be receiving it.
So it's maybe not necessarily this question for Nikki or a comment, but for staff in general. And I know that Public Works is manning the warehouse for the product for the businesses. Yesterday I was at a business and asked, let me just say it differently. I noticed that they didn't have hand sanitizer throughout their facility or the stand. And I'm like, did you know you could get that from the city? And they said they had no idea. So I actually walked the business owner. I thought, well, I'm just going to try it myself and see if I can find it and get to it. So I want to say it was a little bit difficult to get to the form to submit. And so I don't know if we can move that to that little top red highlighted thing to say you need product, click here. I had to go through 5 clicks to get there, and I know where I'm going. But I thought we were also going to provide appropriate signage, for their windows and things like that, because I noticed on the OSHA distinction that besides masks, they didn't have proper signage to tell the employees to wash their hands and to wear their masks. And so I wrote that in the note field, but that's not something they can get from the warehouse. And then the second item for me is there a way we could be maybe a little more proactive? Because we hired a staff person to deliver the products. Could they maybe have some care packages that they went to some of the businesses that have not ordered anything and just, hi, we're here, do you need any of this? Because one, I don't want to see it stay in the warehouse and not get used, but I also want to make sure that all the businesses are aware that it's available. And so I just look for how can we be a little more proactive in the messaging and getting the product out there, because that's what's, again, going to get us more compliance. The more signage you have on the windows, just reminding people, right? Because we need to, I think our businesses are doing a super job. What we need is the general everyday public that's where the messaging can be helpful if we put more signs on the windows of the businesses and stuff. So I just bring that out as a thought process.
Any other comments for Nikki or questions? No? All right. James, we'll move on to you.
All right. Good morning. James Underwood, Chief Information Officer for the record. So I'd like to talk about the proposal to use some CARES funds for some additional hardware and software to protect city data. First off, I'd like to talk a bit about ransomware. For anyone who doesn't know, ransomware is a form of cyber attack where the perpetrator encrypts data with a secret password and then demands money for the password to get access to your data. It's essentially blackmailing by hackers. Some foreign countries are friendly to hackers because it's actually a big part of their economy. Ransomware has been rampant since COVID-19 came about, and ransomware operators are targeting public sector due to the large-scale disruption and likely ransom payout. As of today, the federal government, CISA, has issued 35 cybersecurity alerts in 2020 as compared to a total of 5 in 2019. The most recent alert related to COVID-19 is AA20-302A, titled Ransomware Activity Targeting the Healthcare and Public Health Sector, and was issued on October 28, 2020. It states, these issues will be particularly challenging for organizations within the COVID-19 pandemic. Therefore, administrators will need to balance this risk when determining their cybersecurity investments. So in cybersecurity, we talk about things like attack vectors and attack surfaces that we want to minimize. If we cannot minimize them, then we want to try to put additional protections in place to protect them. During COVID-19, with people working from home, we have no way to control what's on their home networks, which adds to attack vectors and attack surfaces. In order to help safeguard our city data against these threats, we are proposing to allocate money from CARES to purchase and implement a backup and recovery system that will help guard against ransomware and to help provide business continuity if something happens to destroy or damage our data. No solution is perfect. However, the solution that we're proposing has over 235 ratings over the past 12 months in a major enterprise IT software community, and of those, 99% who reviewed it would recommend the solution, with a breakdown of 92% 5-star ratings, 8% 4-star ratings. It is also used by several Nevada public agencies already, and in a recent user group meeting, 2 of them volunteered great things to say about this solution. So the expenditure we're proposing is $229,000, $229,637.41. And this covers us for 3 years for an average of $76,545.80 per year. We received 3 quotes on this solution, ranging from that the amount of $229,637.41 to $277,162.13. So we're electing or proposing to go with the least expensive vendor. So by spending this money now, we will, in addition to getting the extra protections that I mentioned, will eliminate approximately $187,862 in costs that we projected to incur over the next 3 years to maintain and upgrade our legacy backup system. So for a difference of about $42,000 over 3 years, we get a much better system to protect our data, and not only a backup system, but a tool that will help us plan for and support business continuity. This will also help us comply with SB 69, which requires the city to submit and maintain a cyber incident response plan to the state. The total initial expenditure includes hardware and software. At the end of 3 years, we will have the option to reevaluate and renew the software or not. Should we renew the software, the vendor commits to no more than a 7% increase for subsequent 3-year periods, and the vendor will cover the cost of hardware refresh for renewal cost of $207,749.40, which is less than the initial amount. We will only need to buy new hardware if we need additional capacity at that time. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Any questions for James?
Yeah, I'll ask a quick question. James, it sounds like you kind of answered this, but I just, wanted to assure everyone that the product you're doing helps us now in response to COVID, but it isn't just that. It is a product we would use and can continue to use irrespective of the COVID component.
Yes, that is correct.
Right, that was my question as well. And there's a savings because this is a replacement system. Okay.
Yeah,
that is correct.
I can make a motion if you're looking for one.
John, go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I have one question. You brought up the fact that we're all, or many of us, are working from home, and that hooks into the system. Does this help with that, or explain that just a little?
So when everyone is working from home, there's much more opportunity for bad actors or hackers to come into our systems through home networks or infected devices on home networks. We do have some protections in place against that. This will be an additional layer of protection that provides us with protection specifically against ransomware and with the ability to bring back critical systems more quickly should we have our primary systems attacked with ransomware or any other attack.
Thank you.
James, would your intent then to be to bring back a contract for the board's approval at the next meeting?
So my intent would be to proceed with authority today if possible, using one of our standard vendor contracts and one of our existing vendor relationships with Converge One. In order to get the purchase completed and invoiced, received and invoiced by the time that we have to spend the CARES money, we would need to give them a go-ahead sometime within the next couple of days if possible.
Thank you. Any additional questions for James? Okay, all right. We'll wait till the end of this agenda item to provide any direction. Is there any other staff members on the line that have any reports under this agenda item? Nobody's volunteering, so with that, let's bring this back to the board for some direction or discussion. Stacy?
Yeah, just two things, or one thing rather in addition to this software. I know we just, formed and expanded a task force, and I know everyone on the task force knows this, but I just want to reiterate it, that if we have to have an emergency meeting or something to implement something to help us stay off the list or improve or do whatever we need to do, let's just keep that, as an arrow in our quiver if we need to do it. I know we all know that, but it's just a good reminder that to keep things moving forward. And I'd be willing to make a motion, and in fact, will move to authorize the expenditure of not to exceed amount of, I'll say $245,000 to purchase hardware and software products for cybersecurity, data backup and recovery, and to maintain a cyber incident response plan from the CARES Act funds that we've already received in accordance with the presentation on the record today.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion. Lori?
Just on discussion, that this is an emergency purchase that we're authorizing outside of all our other standard rules. So it's an emergency purchase.
And I just look at it as insurance.
Are there any provisions that we need to follow? Because we previously allocated the CARES money, so the money is available. Where would we be reallocating it from? And is there any other actions that we need to take to do that?
Thank you, Stephanie Hicks, Deputy City Manager. For the record, I can verify that with Sherry Russell, but we do believe, we did discuss with her first, before we brought this forward, that we still had additional funding remaining. If there is something that we need to modify in our expenditure plan, we will do so, but we did have some general categories for some of the IT solutions that we were bringing forward and utilizing CARES funding for.
Thank you. Any further discussion on this? Seeing none.
I'm on the line if you'd like me to talk about that.
Yeah, you have anything to add,
This is
Sherry?
Sherry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, this is Sherry, just for the record, CFO. Sorry, I'm working from home. So basically, if we approve the ransomware protection today, we would just reduce the amount that we're going to allocate to the public safety salaries.
Got it.
So we're going to juggle some CARES money a little bit, but it sounds like this ransomware is really needed. So I'm okay with juggling that and not requesting as much in public safety salaries.
Could we, I thought we were struggling to spend the PPE funding. So wouldn't we be wiser to
We
reallocate
are.
it from that account, from that
Well,
expenditure?
we can. We made the offer to the hospital of about $500,000 as suggested by the board. And so we're waiting to hear from them on their emergency plan if they can use that or not.
Okay,
So we don't want to be an Indian giver, and say, oops, sorry, we found another use for it. So if we need to, if everybody says, yes, we want the money, if we need to, we can always reduce the public safety salaries.
okay, thank you.
But we may not need to, sure.
Thank you, Sherry. Any additional discussion? No? All right. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. The vote is 4-0 to approve. Thank you. Thank you to everybody on staff for that. We are now going to go into a closed non-meeting to confer with the DA's office. So we will be closing everything down here, and then we will reconvene after the closed non-meeting for the final agenda items. Desi, let us know when we're up and running.
Okay, Brad, we're ready.
Thank you, Desi. Ready, Jason? All right. I'd like to convene the Board of Supervisors meeting. We are now on agenda item 17A.
Hello?
Yeah, mic's
Yeah,
on.
they're off.
Oh. Are you recording tomorrow? Okay. All right. Yeah, all right. We're having some technical difficulties, so we'll be in recess for a couple of minutes here until we get the word from IT.
I can hear you now.
They're working now? Okay, all right. I think we're back. Okay, we're on agenda item 17A for possible action, discussion and possible action regarding a proposed settlement agreement in the amount of $125,000 payable by Carson City to Grace Doe on behalf of minor Jane Doe for certain state and federal claims arising from alleged injuries sustained by the minor as a result of our participation and enrollment in the city's Parks and Recreation Camp Carson in the summer of 2016. Jason?
Thank you. Jason Woodbury, Carson City District Attorney for the record. So as this board is aware, a settlement demand was sent on behalf of the minor claimant to my office on June 26, 2020. The settlement demand amount was $600,000 for resolution of all claims and potential claims in this matter by the claimant and a general release on behalf of the claimant for all city and possible city defendants. This matter proceeded to a mediation on October 1st of this year. And in the course of that mediation, that mediation was attended by City Manager Paulson and myself representing the city. And as a result of that mediation, we reached an agreement to propose certain settlement terms to this board for approval. Those terms were discussed during our closed session, but they include an agreement to pay to the claimant an amount of $125,000. That amount would be paid in two installments. The first installment of $65,000 would be due within 30 days of this board's approval of the settlement. The remaining $60,000 would be paid on July 1st of 2021. It is the recommendation of the city manager and also of the district attorney's office that this board approve the settlement. And if there are any questions, I'd be happy to address them.
Are there any questions for the district attorney? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion.
I move to authorize the city manager to enter into the settlement agreement on behalf of the city as proposed and authorize the district attorney's office to proceed with all necessary action to finalize the settlement.
We have a motion and a second. Under discussion, first and foremost, we want to express how deeply sorry we are to the victims. The safety of our children in our care must always be our number one priority. Upon becoming aware of this situation, we took immediate action in regards to the personnel in charge of administering and supervising the program and in making program changes. Carson City is committed to a meaningful process of continuous safety improvements in an effort to ensure that the safety of this community's children is always of foremost importance. Is there any additional discussion on this item? All right, all in
Just want
favor?
to say I think that was well said and just echo the sentiment of how sorry I am.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. No. The vote is 3-1 to approve. We are now on agenda item 18, Board of Supervisors non-action items, future agenda items, status review of projects, internal communications and administrative matters, correspondence and status reports. Stephanie, you want to start?
Yes, thank you. Stephanie Hicks, Deputy City Manager. I just wanted to update the board on our Budeye Way Affordable Housing Project. Staff is currently working on reviewing the development agreement with Palaseek, and our intent is to bring that forward to the December 17th board meeting. So just wanted to provide you that update.
Any board members have any future agenda items, projects, communications, correspondence? Stacy?
Just want to bring up that we are having a joint convention and Culture and Tourism Authority meeting and Carson City Cultural Commission meeting tonight at, is it 5:30? Sorry, or 6?
6 o'clock.
6 o'clock. So that's at 6 o'clock tonight, and we're discussing the future of arts and culture and ways to cooperate with each other in the future. So we encourage you to log on to the city's website, watch that, and throw public comment our way at the beginning of that meeting. Looking forward to a meaningful discussion between the two groups tonight.
All right.
So I have two things. One, just to let you all know, I was just elected to the executive board for the League of Cities. So I will be representing what they consider small cities, but I'm on that executive board, so just wanted to announce that. And then also our new Christmas city ornament is out. It is the Abraham Curry House, and the significance is it's really one of the oldest houses that we have. It was 1871, so that's why the date is on the front of this one, is for the historic significance. And that there's something also a little unique. Every year I try to put something different or fun into the ornament, is there's a little replica of $1 that is hanging off of the string for it to represent the fact that when Mr. Curry, who was one of the richest people in Carson City, passed away, he left his wife $1. And so her property was going to be taken for taxes, and she had to start selling jams and jellies and have assistance from her family to keep the house. So, and also a big shout out to Andy Fant, who has repurposed the home and really brought it back to life. If you have a chance to go by and see it, she's really done a good job on it.
John? Evan? Is that it? All right. I don't have any reports to give today. So we'll move on to agenda item 19, our final public comment. Desi, anybody on the line for public comment?
I see no final public comment, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Then we will move to agenda item 20 for possible action to adjourn. Do I have a motion to adjourn? We are adjourned. Thank you all very much.